Well, guys, good morning or evening, wherever you happen to be. Yeah, we're ready to roll. So yeah, if you've been keeping up with the old episodes, I've been working on this project to create, I call it an infinite whiteboard. So let's get stuff started up. I didn't bring up the project yet, but let's go ahead and get things running. I think I call it draw because I was trying to come up with a good domain name that I could get. It's order of magnitude draw, but I call it draw because it kind of sounds like zoom draw, but without the z. So anyway, I think it's server, right? Okay, and it's written in Golang. So right now I've got a Go backend that's doing all the static file serving and also starting to service some WebSocket connections. So let's go ahead and run it. And there we go. And if that does what it's supposed to do. Get a new browser window up. Okay, cool. We got a backend. And I'm doing my development locally, so localhost.umdraw, actually HTTPS. And we're there. All right. Sorry. So I was in the process of actually working on the authentication stuff. So what I'm gonna do, I'll just do a quick little refresher what the thing does, right? So hey, yeah, good to see you, Ronnie. How's it going? Let's get in here and temporarily delete that so I can show the thing. So for those who haven't seen it before, this thing is designed to be a whiteboard that you could basically zoom in and out of and pan across forever. That's my idea, the infinite whiteboard. So let's see here. It lets you drag and drop SVGs and raster images and things. So so I can drop in an image like that, and I could zoom in. This is my favorite thing to do is go into where I was saying, put another face. And it's like, oh, whoop, whoop. Let's go in here. Maybe we can copy, a few of these faces in here. Got a bunch of people. You can do the usual stuff. You can move things around. You can do some drawing. Like, hey, who are these guys? You go back out to the pan mode, and then we're back out. So this is the goal. So now where I'm going from here is I need to actually store this data in the server so that we can share context with the rest of the world, right? So other people can log in and see what I'm doing, or it'll persist when I'm not logged in. So that was where I was at last week, and I did a little more work. Sorry, during the week off, but not as much as I wanted to. I had food poisoning, unfortunately, which sucked. So I was kind of out of commission for a little while. But so I have to kind of refresh my memory of where I'd stopped. I think what I had stopped at was I actually was successfully sending emails, and I think that at the end of last episode we weren't quite there sending emails. So let's walk through that code, and that'll remind me of what I was doing as well. So yeah, this is all Golang stuff. I had to do some interesting things to make this work. And it's probably it looks kind of hackish, but it's pretty much guaranteed to be functional forever. So I'm not gonna let it bother me. But so this is the structure of the project. There's a main. This is like a convention in Go program. So there's like a main entry point for the binary, right? And so this is where the program actually starts up, and it actually didn't I set the logging from config? Well, we'll get to that later. Basically it's if you're familiar with things like Express or Flask or anything like that, you can use this middleware, this framework for this web framework to attach routes to handlers, right? And so what I've done is the main entry point of the program creates the application itself and establishes the SSL listener and all that. But then it calls this other module, which is like the internal API called the API, right? So you'll see up here I have to import the API. And then over here in API, there is a add routes handler over here. And this thing receives the application, and then it goes ahead and starts binding endpoints, right? So it binds this WebSocket endpoint to the WebSocket Connect handler. And so WebSockets are handled by this module over here. Anyway, so this is the kind of the structure of the project, right? Well, sorry about the breathing here. But let me fix the mic maybe. So in order to get some things to work the way I wanted them to, for one thing, I have a configuration system, and it's basically, this is pretty cool. I found this, I can't remember if I found this on stream or not, but it's a pretty cool thing you can do in Golang. You can put, well, it's kind of cool. I kind of don't like it, but it's a way to decorate your structure with this metadata here. And there is a module that lets you put in an environment variable, okay? And it will populate the structure from the environment variable if it exists, and you can do things like add default values and stuff like that. So this is how my configuration system is set up right now. So I can override any of these with environment parameters, but at the moment, you know, most of them are defaulted. The only ones I have to really provide are like the SMTP password, and yeah, I think that's the only actual parameter I need to provide. Let's see, so, but the trick is, so the configuration module is used by a bunch of other modules in this, in the API, right? And so in order, what I want to do is make sure that that's initialized before everything else, okay? So the init function in Golang gets called, basically all the init functions are executed before any other functions in each source file, right? But between the source files, the order of init functions being called, the order of them being processed is actually alphabetical, which means that, you know, if you have a module, I had a module called config, and it just so happened to be the, you know, highest lexicographic, you know, the, file name I had, and it just worked, and I really never gave it any thought. But in order to make sure that I never break it, because I was really concerned, because I could create a source file called, you know, btree, or a source file called, you know, able, and it would be executed before config was loaded, and then that would be a really hard thing to debug later. So to avoid that happening, I came up with this convention. So I named the config file 0_config. And I actually tried, sorry, _config, which appeared to be a valid file name, but it is for Go, but it's not for, apparently the Go build tool uses underscores for temporary files or something like that. So it completely ignored it. Once I put an underscore in front of the file name, it never got compiled. So I did this convention, this crazy convention, so that this gets loaded first. You know, the init function here gets called first, and then the init function here gets called. So the templates, okay, so templates. The purpose for this template module is I needed to, okay, so sending emails, right? The SMTP support in Golang is not very robust. It basically just will connect to an SMTP server, and you can send it a buffer of bytes, right? But to send a modern HTML email, it's not quite that simple. You need to send a multi-part message, and there's a lot of you know, headers and things that have to be provided. So the way I decided to tackle that, rather than pull in like a really heavyweight HTML SMTP library, which would let me compose messages, because you could do that. There are libraries where you could say, create a new mail message, attach a file to it, you know, set the content, HTML type content, set the text type content, do all that. But that's a lot of overkill, because I really just want to send a very, very simple message that says, you know, hey, log into your account, click here. I did want it to look decent, and I did want it to, you know, be well-formed HTML email. So in order to meet those goals, what I did was I created a I'm using template. So there is a template engine, and I think what's the module called? Yep, there actually, it's a little awkward. There are two template engines. Okay, so there's the text template engine, and there's an HTML template engine, and they're built into the standard library for Go. And so what I've done is I use the template engine to populate. I'm okay, and this is basically what a raw SMTP message body looks like, you know, when you're talking to an SMTP server. So you give it a MIME version, give it a subject header. These are all the headers, you know, and you notice it looks very familiar if you know the HTTP protocol, very similar. Then you need content type header. This thing, if you're familiar with MIME types, this is just a random marker string, and as long as your message doesn't happen to contain hyphen, you know, this, you'll never have any issues. And it's unlikely. And in my case, I can guarantee that it won't, because I'm not really concerned about that, since I generate the bodies myself and I know what's in them, and it's not going to do that. So what I did was I just constructed this basically text template of what a SMTP body looks like. And then I put the text version of the message in here. I put the HTML version of the message in here. And then also the reason that there are two templates, two template engines, right, is because, you know, for reasons of cross-site scripting and other stuff and escaping, you really want to construct HTML templates differently than you do text templates. So all that to say, I created my own little, you know, template module, which lets me give it a path to one of these templates, and then it will cache it and do the usual kind of stuff. It will compile it. It kind of compiles them, right? So you'll see what happens here is when I ask for the template, if the template's not in cache yet, I find the fully qualified path. And I also discovered another thing that I thought was kind of cool is there's kind of a resource system or an embedding system in Golang, right? So this actually embeds all these files in this templates folder into the binary, I guess, so that it can be packaged and shipped with the program. So I don't have to make sure that I, you know, pull this folder along with it and have it set up in a certain place. It just gets embedded in there. And it's good because there's really not that much content there. It's a few small text files and things. So what that code is doing is it's saying, look in this resource bundle, you know, and find the correct file. And if it's an HTML file, use the HTML parser. Otherwise, do the text parser, right? And so this is because of Golang is statically typed, basically, for the most part. And so you have to do it this way. It's a little awkward. But then I created this other helper here, which will run a template for a given path with a given context. So it's like a dictionary, think of it that way. And then produce the output string and then return an error object if there is one. And it will look at the type of the template and do the correct binding, right? So it's basically taking a generic template. Template at this point is not typed, right? Because get template returns, if you'll see, and just an interface object, an unknown object. But this will actually put a concrete type in template, and then I can execute the correct one. So this little idiom took me a minute to understand, but sorry, but what it's doing is it's turning this generic interface into a concrete type so that I can then execute it, right? So it's going to execute one of those two template methods, either the one for plain text or the one for HTML, right? So see, this is the text template. This is the HTML template alias. I had to do that. That's another thing. The Golang guys, this wasn't really smart, I don't think. I don't know, but they did this. Maybe they should have flipped it the other way around, like had template slash HTML, template slash text, and then I could have called it HTML.execute or whatever, but I had to alias these because otherwise they'd both be called template. So that work was done. So all that to say, I created these, you know, here's my HTML email template that I found on the web, which is, you know, it's okay. And then here's the text-based version of it, right? And then given all those things, let's see now, first I've got to, hold on. I've got to set up my password and stuff so that we can actually send emails. So hold on, I got to find my password first. And I've got to use my configuration settings. So okay, and if I didn't forget how this works, if this worked the way I hope it worked, now if I come in here, and I set myself a login. Okay, so this is another thing. I did it on another project, and I kind of like it because I'm doing this email-based login to prevent people from phishing you. I saw this on another site, and I wish I could remember which one it was, but I stole the idea. It's basically, I put these 3 random emojis in the body of the email. So when I get the email, it says, hey, check and make sure that these are the images. Otherwise, someone, you know, watching my stream, for example, could put my email address in that box and say, hey, you know, whenever I get the email, if I click the login box, they're in, which would be bad, right? So, sorry about all the coughing, guys. I'm not sure what's up with that. The idea is you cross-check these images against the images in the email, and then you can make sure that the actual email I'm clicking a login for is the one that I sent. So let me go check my email. I'll show you guys what it looks like. but unfortunately, it's taking a while. I was kind of before I had the food poisoning, I was actually going to work with smtb.com and find out why it was so slow, because I was kind of spoiled by SendGrid, because SendGrid would be almost instantaneous. When I would send an email, it would just pop up in my Gmail, and it would just be there, right? But for some reason, sorry, this thing is just taking forever. So let's see. Yep, still not there. Well, okay. Actually, let's do this. I'm going to cancel this. Well, I haven't done that yet. But for some reason, it seems like if you send 2 of them, then it says, oh, you're serious. You really wanted to send an email. So then it shows up. Also, my favorite thing is to collect some of these weird sequences you get. So this one's like meat on a stick and a guy on a bike and a Christmas present tag, maybe, or something. All right, still not seeing it. Oh wait, is it actually sending it? Let's double check. Oh, sorry. Oh, I should do this. I need to turn on debug, the debugging stuff. So, yeah, debug. So, debug equals 1. Okay, so go run. All right. Yeah, let's try it again. Some calendar. Is it a Chinese character? I don't know. And fish. And let's see here. Is it actually doing it? It should be doing it. Okay. Oh, I know what's going on. All right. So these, okay, this is the message traffic between the client and the server. And you'll see that the WebSocket did open, and I'm using WebSockets for this stuff, right? Sorry. So I received a session created message back from the server. Okay. So what happens when I click that login button is it sends a login request to the server, and then the server creates a session object with secrets and things in it that it needs to complete the authentication, and then it sends back a session token back here to the client, right? So if you look at this message, let's see, yeah. Oop. Well, it's kind of awkward to see, but did I take all my debugging out for this? I might have, but like I said, I'm pretty sure that it's actually being sent. Let's go back in here. What is that called? Umbra. Yeah, the last one was November 2nd. So you can see an example of one of these messages, right? That's what they look like. And if I can't get the email to be semi-responsive, how long has this been taking? Let's see. When did I send that message? Do I know? Is there a way to get timestamps in here? I never even realized that was the thing I might ever want. All right, let's find out. Let's see. Show timestamps. Oh, wow. Okay. Preferences. Interesting. All right. Show timestamps somewhere. I wish I could search, though. I'm sure somebody's seen it and I'm missing it, but show timestamps. Boom. There we go. All right. So we sent that email at 18 after. So now it's, what time is it? Maybe it's like 3 minutes later or something like that. Yeah, it's a pretty long time. And still nothing. All right. Well, I'm going to try one more time because I really would like that to work. I think it is working. That's what's frustrating, as I believe it is actually working. But SMTP is slowing me down. Let me look at the, I'll go log into my smtp.com console and see if it shows these going, oh, Horsehead, water polo, and a fax machine. See, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I know. Isn't that fun? Over in Discord, he's like, yep, those images are slick. All right, let's see. Right now, smtp.com is telling me I've sent nothing this week. So that's a lie. So well, let's make sure it's actually sending. I'll put some more debugging back into the code. Okay, so let's go ahead and we can start digging into this code, I guess. So the actual email send is done here. Okay, so let's talk through this interface. So I'm using WebSockets, right, as my transport for the API instead of using REST and HTTP requests, because for various reasons I might have discussed them in the previous stream. But my idea is by kind of decoupling it and not making it all so transactional, it's actually going to make the logic of the front end a lot easier and more robust. So it's like all I do is fire off a login message to the server, and I'm not waiting around to find out what happened. I just, that's it, did it. And then later on, the server will send the appropriate responses, whether there was a problem or there wasn't a problem, and then the client can just respond to that message and say, oh, there was a login problem, let me follow the login problem path, or, there wasn't a login problem. Oh, okay, well then we'll go ahead and move into the actual application or whatever. So one of the idiosyncrasies of Golang and the way it handles JSON is it's kind of difficult and inefficient to do a generic, like you're used to in JavaScript or Python. You just parse the JSON and you get a dict object back, and you use key value pairs and stuff. But in Golang, you really have to have these concrete structures for everything. And it turns out that the most efficient way I could come up with to deal with parsing messages from the client, the problem is I need to know what the message is before I know which concrete structure to read. So instead of having like a login message, a client login message, a client, create item message or whatever, I'm going to have one global client message structure. And when you do the unmarshalling from JSON into the structure, Golang will leave all of the fields that aren't present in the JSON as blank. Right, basically, so that's their solution for a lot of stuff is, instead of null values, you'll have blank. So you have blank strings and things. So I'm going to have one master client message, and it'll have all the fields needed for all the messages the client might send. And then I can look at the message key field here, and that'll tell me what kind of message it is, and then I'll know which fields to look at or ignore or whatever. So, it's not perfectly clean, but it's okay for me, and, it's going to work. And I'm actually considering, what I had initially done was on the sending back to the client from the server, I decided I was going to have different messages for everything. But let's see, I'll have to see if that's a thing or not. It's like, I wonder if I want to do the same strategy and just have like one server message, because this becomes a little redundant. You'll see here already down in here. Okay, so let's walk through this, how the connection logic works right now. So if we're in debug mode, we set the logger level on this connection to debug, right? And then we have a handler which uses this this closure here, right? To whenever a new connection comes in, this body gets called. Defer close means when this function exits, we're going to close the socket. And then I set this connected flag to true. And so as long as we're connected, we will basically, okay, so this is, there's a little detour here. This is actually another closure that I create inside this loop, which will let me pass in a message and marshal it into JSON and set it down to the socket and check errors and all that, because otherwise I had to repeat this logic a bunch and it was getting kind of verbose. So I put this inside a closure, so that send message function is a closure inside this loop, right? All right. So now the message is blank, and then I wait to receive. So this is kind of a blocking, this is a blocking thing, right? So it's waiting to receive a message from the client. If there's an error, it means probably the client disconnected or something like that. So we'll log it, and we exit this this entire closure here, right? So that'll close the connection and can go back, out of this handler that we created. Otherwise, I get a new client message structure, and I unmarshal the JSON, and assuming that worked, well, if it didn't work, then I warn about it, and we go ahead and try again, because maybe it was a malformed message, and we'll give them another shot. But assuming it did work, then we can look at the message that they sent us, and that message field will tell us what type of message they sent, so like a login message, right? So what I do then is I pass that client message down to one of these worker functions, like initiate login, let's say, which returns a user and a session. And then if either one of those is nil, can't create the user, can't create the session object, then we send an error message back down to the client. So let's see. Just for now, I'll show you what that looks like. I'll go ahead. I'll force an error to happen. Let's go back in here. And we'll go ahead and try to do this. Send login. So if it doesn't work for some reason, it'll give you this error message. Right now it's pretty generic because the only reason it's not working is I changed the logic of an if statement. But so you get that error pop or slide down there. And that was another bit. Doing that UI was kind of fun to get that the way I wanted it to be. Whoop. Okay, so now let's bring this back up. Did I ever get that email? Let me go check my emails. Huh. It's still as if nothing is being sent. So I'm gonna have to double check that I'm not. Let's just figure out a way to log a little bit of context around the SMTP send. But so what it does is, okay, so assuming we got a user object, okay, and the user object at this point is just an email address. Basically, your email address is your user ID. So you get a user object with your email address in it, and you get a session, which has things like your unique session token, your session key, and then it has a secret, which is what I'm emailing to the owner of the email address so that they can authenticate you, because they have to know the secret to click the link to authenticate you. And then what else does it have? It also has that mnemonic, the session mnemonic thing in there, right? So let's see here. So send message. Okay, so send message is doing that. That's that closure that I built up here, right? And I created that structure, the session created message, and it just has these 4 fields in it. So that's what we're seeing back down here on the client. So this is this session created, right? Or well, before we were going to log an error, but now that I fixed it, you'll see the session created message, right? So that's being sent by this call here, correct? Sorry. And then, okay, so let's go down to look at initiate login and see what it does. Oh, well, maybe I took the email out. Is that possible? Oh, I bet did I do that? Maybe I did that at the end of the last session when I was working on this, and because I didn't want to keep sending myself emails. Well, then that explains a lot. All right. Okay, so the initiate login call here, its purpose is to take this user object, the session object, and then trigger the email that will allow the owner of that account to authenticate the front end guy. So let's see. What did I do with that code? Okay, so I created this email module. Let's take a quick look at that. What it does is it's pretty simple. It uses the configuration parameters to create the SMTP host string and an authentication object based on the username and password from the configuration. And then there's a send email helper I wrote. It takes the from address as a string, it takes, let's see, the to list, which is a list of strings, which would be a list of two addresses or whatever. The subject is a string, the template as a string. And that's actually the template name. I probably would have, for clarity, I should probably change that to template name or something like that. Let's see. I'll do that. Just do the right thing. So, let's see. And then the context, which is basically the object that's used to populate the message. So if you looked at those before, you'll see that I was referencing fields like the base URL and the login URL, and those are, part of the context object that's passed into the send mail helper, right? So this gets me okay, this is basically how you populate the template. You call run template to string. Actually, well, what is that for? Oh, okay, I know what's going on here. I had to convert. Okay, yeah. So, sorry. If you look at this SMTP body, it's not exactly plain text. It's actually quoted printable. So it's being converted into this quoted printable format. And it's just kind of an old school way to avoid long lines and high ASCII characters. So it actually keeps everything in 7 bits. And it was just one little thing I saw. Sorry. Sorry I'm coughing so much today. I think it's allergies. There's a lot of pollution today, it looks like. It's kind of an old school thing. And when I found my sample SMTP body, it was already encoded and quoted printable, and it turns out that Golang has quoted printable encoding built in, so I just went ahead and rolled with it. So this is a quoted printable writer, so you'll see in a second I'm going to use that to quote the HTML body. But anyway, I get the HTML authentication body, right? I get the text version of it. Then I use the quoted printable stream to write the HTML body, right, into a memory buffer. This is like a memory buffer, right? And then I construct this context object. Okay, so it's actually an anonymous structure. So in Golang, you can create a structure that doesn't have a name. So I just create this anonymous structure which has these fields. So it has from, to, list, subject, etc. And I populate it with all this stuff. Then I run the final template to string, and I get the complete SMTP body that I need to send. And then I call the built-in SMTP send mail endpoint or API in Golang. Okay, so now where does okay. Am I missing some code or something? No, I guess not. No. I still can't help but feel that. Well, let's see. All right, so that's how the email function, the email module works, right? But let's go back to here. So initiate login's purpose was to authenticate email context. I wonder if I was in the middle of refactoring this when I took a break or something, and I totally forgot what I was doing. Or actually, maybe I hadn't really written it for real yet. And that is also a possibility. Okay. We have now caught up to the present day, and this is what I was actually working on before I got food poisoning. So I apologize already for that, but it's like, yeah. Sorry, hold on a second. I need 1 minute, guys. Gotta, all right. So yeah, we are now at the point. That's where I was at. I was actually about to send the email for real. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's write that code. And it's really pretty simple. But I need to populate this authenticate email context structure, right? And I'm now debating whether I should just make that an anonymous structure, because it's you notice I put this underscore in front of it to make it private, and I don't think it's ever going to be used anywhere outside of initiate login. So maybe I don't even need to have this outside. So let's see what this would look like. So essentially what I want to do is I want to call my send email helper, right? I need to send it from, okay, let's see. Let's go and see. You'll notice if I don't provide a from address, it just uses the default from configuration, and that's probably what I want to roll with. So send email, go with blank, then the to list. Okay, so now we need to send it to the email address from the user, right? But it has to be it has to be an array. Sorry. How do you initialize an array in Golang? Yeah, let's see. Boop. Let's make it fast. It's not. I don't. Anybody. I think I can just do that. All right. I think it's coming to me. Okay. And then the subject. Okay. Okay. So even though this seems simple, right? The email subject, right? I try to make things, as parametric as I can. And, so later on, if I want to do some localization or do something else, it's easier. Like the templating system's awesome because look at this. So like if I go back in here, with one extra level of indirection, like if I created an en-us folder below templates, I could do an English version of the email, and I could do a Spanish version, a Thai version, whatever, right? So, the cool thing is without modifying code at all, I can immediately support a bunch of other languages and everything. But sending the email subject is not quite as straightforward. So the question is, how would I want to handle that? And am I overcomplicating it? It's like I'm not. Well, I am kind of overcomplicating it, but this is what's really good to think about now, because this is the first time I've had to think about this particular type of problem in this project. So it's good to be conscious about this and think about it. It's like, okay, if I don't care, at least I made a conscious decision and said, I don't care. I'm just going to pass in that string, and that's fine. But if you just kind of do it without thinking, and you do 4 or 5 of these, and then you come back later and you're like, oh, you know what? I really do want to be able to send this message in another language. It's like, oh. Well, then you have to go back and try and find all the places where you created this particular, dependency, or this particular lack of abstraction, right? So for the email subject, what would be the best way to handle this? I mean, the common ways to handle internationalization. I'm not sure in Golang if there's any special facilities for localization. Let's see. But a lot of times it's things like string tables or something like that. Let's see what comes up when we just go searching. Localizer. What do people do? Okay. Oh, I see what's going on here. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. Here's what I'm thinking. I'm not going to solve this problem right now. I'm not going to make it totally localizable, right? I'm not going to make it so you can... I'm not going to build a string table and do all that kind of stuff right now. But what I can do for you is I can create like a type for a language-specific string or something, let's say. And I can use that particular type everywhere where this could be an issue in the future. And then I could immediately enforce it or even start doing some automatic translation or something like that. So let's see. I can just do a type alias, right? So let's create a all right. And then are we going to expose this to the world? I guess not. Okay, is that going to work? I've even forgotten we use we don't use those, do we? Yeah. So now I created this ls string, right? ls string. So now if I go back into email, I'm going to define send email. Subject is actually an ls string. Okay. All right. Now it actually will affect nothing, but I mean I'll feel better about myself. If it works. So so in here we'll say exclamation points for the win. All right, so we've got a subject line, and then sorry, and then the context object. Okay, so there's where we get into. Yeah, we don't need that, and we'll do it this way. So anonymous, the anonymous object. Where did I see that a second ago? I did over here, didn't I? Yeah. So I can just do a context object like this, I guess. Should I just do it in line? Guess I can do that. All right. And then you initialize it with, just back-to-back curlies, huh? Okay. So the login URL. Sprintf. Okay. We need, let's see. Okay, I think this is why I had stopped, because, okay, so, all right, so where we're at now is we need the URL that will basically answer, that'll take the secret and then mark that session as valid. So all these URLs need to come to the correct server and protocol. And what I've tried to do so far, as much as I can, is keep that completely generic so that the server doesn't know what it's hosted on, because right now it's hosted on my local host, right? But it can also eventually it'll be hosted on the internet, and then it won't have local host. It'll just be Umdraw or whatever, right? So I'm pretty sure I need to look into the echo context to get the scheme, which is whether it's HTTP or HTTPS, and the host name. So let's see where did I get that from. Let's go look at the echo documentation real quick. Yeah, there we go. Let's go look at context. It'll be under, let's see, where. It's got a cookbook, it's got a guide. I really just wanted the Go docs or whatever, but let's see. Let's go look at request here. All right, let's see. The context object, maybe that'll help. Let's see. Yeah, path parameters, all that stuff. Well, let's see. Where's the actual documentation, though? The generated reference stuff. I think there's a way to do this from the command line, isn't there? Let's see here. Let's see. Let's see here. Godoc. Oh, let's see what happens if I do that. Oh, I don't have Godoc. I didn't install Godoc. Go get Godoc. Oh, Godoc. Can I just do Godoc? Oh, no, it's just trying to build my documentation. Oh wait, but Godoc. Let's see. What is the name of the module? Echo is that. Okay. Well, that's kind of cool. All right. Context, huh? Can you get more detail that way, or let's see. Eureka. Not the most user-friendly thing in the world, but it's working. So let's take a look here. What do we got? So we got a context, we got a request, we got a response, TLS, socket, scheme. Scheme is what, okay, that's what I'm looking for. I want the scheme, and then I want the host probably, right? Where is the server? What do they call it? Well, let's see here. Hey, how's it going? Good to see you, man. Nave has made it in the house. Good to see you here. Yeah, man. So we are doing some Golang hacking right now. We are getting ready to send a login confirmation email. So I'm basically at the stage of trying to construct the URL. And so to do that the right way, I'm trying to get the current URL that's being served by the framework I'm using, which is Echo, and then reflect that back, right? Because the solutions, a lot of people, the worst case, of course, is you just kind of hard code it into your string, which is always wrong. The next case would be do something hacky like try and get the host name from the operating system or something, but it's very possible the machine that's servicing the request is not the one that actually received the request and stuff. So the real thing to do is actually dig into the framework and get the scheme, like whether it's HTTP or HTTPS, from the framework itself, right? And then let's see, I don't know about real IP, I don't care about that, but I can't help but feel, okay, I wonder if it's in the request object. So let's dig into request, maybe. Maybe that's where I need to be looking. Or, no? Let's see. Let's do that again. So we're playing with Go documentation. So there's a way to get documentation directly from the code, which is super awesome. because it's much less likely to be wrong. But I'm trying to find the host name now. So let's see. And I'm looking at these different types we got. Response. Where's request though? We have response. What is that? Oh, it's an http.request. Aha. So let's take a look at our old buddy. http.request. And see what it's got. Oh, it's got a ton of stuff, doesn't it? I'm gonna take some guesses. Nope. Grep host. Ha. Yeah, well, maybe. Oh, the URL. Oh, the URL. Okay, so we're getting somewhere. That's what I'm saying. It's so funny is like we'll spend 15, 20 minutes before I write one line of code here. But the deal is that the knowledge we get from reading through this stuff is going to service the rest of the project. It's like, you know, in the rest of our projects in Golang, you know, we're going to know, okay, this is kind of how the request object works. There's a URL object, and we'll dig into the URL object and see what we got. So let's see here. Yeah, well, maybe it's in here. Can I search here? No. No. Yeah, let's go in here and look. Okay. Types. We have a URL type in here. I bet we do, don't we? No, we don't. Oh, where does URL come? Oh, wait, what is the type? Type URL.url. Okay, so let's go find the URL. Boy, come on. All right. URL type URL scheme host. Boom. Okay. So now URLs all caps. All right. Now we're getting somewhere. The other question is, can we construct the... Okay, so this also leads us to the idea that we can maybe use this URL type to construct our URL so we don't break the world. I mean, I'm pretty sure I could just assemble it using sprintf, but it's always nicer to use the official, unofficial URL library. Nim. This is a question. What is nim? I hope this is not something bad, man. I'm not going to end up... net interest. Yeah, I'm going to need some more context on that one. so I got a question about nim, and I don't know what it is. Yeah, man, let me know what that is, and I'll see. I don't know that I have one because I'm not sure what it is. So let's see here. We've got some parsing. Join path. Parse port. Redacted. I wonder if I can create a new. Let's see. Let's see here. It's probably not mutable, but is it? Oh, let's see. Oh, okay. Okay, so now, all right. Yeah, because we also got port to deal with and everything here. So I'm looking for functions to manipulate URL, because what I can do is take the request URL and just kind of turn it around and change the path a little bit, and then send it back out. So I'm wondering, there's a lot of parsing stuff. But is there any way to yeah. See, I don't think the port's ever going to be a thing, but I would really rather, let's see here. I guess I could kind of do it this way. Can you clone? Okay, well, can you? What do you do to clone an object or something like that? What's the difference between path and raw path? Oh wait. Okay, let's see here. Path, raw path. Oh, I see. I see what's going on. All right. And now I'm gonna have to Google something that's so embarrassing. It's like, can I just do that? Let's see here. Let's try it. All right. So what I want to do is it's like equals c.request.url. Now the question is, did I get a reference to it, or am I getting a copy of it? So okay. I think what we'll do is we'll disable this for just a little bit, and then we'll get our URL constructed the way we want it. So what I'm trying to do is create a copy of the request URL, and then raw. Do I set the raw path? Raw path equals sprintf. And actually, do I need to do sprintf? I don't even care about that. I don't think. Well, yeah, I do need to do sprintf. So it's going to be all right. Sorry about that. Yeah, see, everything it's kind of tricky. It's like reverse path mapping is kind of funny, because I went to all this trouble to make sure that, like if you see how this is initialized in here, it does /ws, but if you look at the actual URL that's called, it's /API/ oh no, it's not. Never mind. It's all WebSocket crap. So then but it's a /API/WS. That's where the WebSocket connection happens. If you look at the WebSocket connection message up here somewhere, yeah, this guy. Yeah, /API/WS, right? So, so I'd have to do this basically. It'll have to be like /API/ Orwell. Let's see. Okay, so get/ws is WS Connect. This is kind of a hack, but I could make the confirmation, login confirmation. I could make everything go after /ws, right? But I still feel like that's kind of ugly. If you see what I'm saying, because then I could just basically pass through the entire WebSocket URL verbatim and then append something to it. But I don't really like that. So now back down the rabbit hole, guys. So we're going to look into Echo. So there's this concept of reverse routing, or where this problem comes up a lot when you're using a router, because you want to know what URL will take me to this particular endpoint, from code, right? So let's see. I guess the first thing we'd have to do is we'd have to actually add this endpoint. So it's going to have to be a get, because there's going to be a link in an email, right? /confirm or /login confirm. How about that? Something like that, maybe. Okay. All right. For now, let's do this. And what's that have to look like? It only takes context. And sorry, there's a return. Yeah, we'll just do this for now. Just return OK for now. So I guess first thing is, let's make this buildable. Make sure I didn't break anything too bad over here. I'm going to let's see here. I'll just do this for now. And then let's go ahead and logger. Yeah. Debug. I want to look at. I want to make sure I didn't break. I'm going to check the like the original URL and the copy I made, just to make sure. And so we would do like. All right. Let's see here. I knew it was in there. Okay, this did not work. Request URL. Okay. Let's go look up the HTTP request thing. Request. Okay. What we got? Method URL. So maybe it's the wrong kind of request object. I don't know. Let's see what it's got here. Context. There we are. Now we're in a good spot. Oh. Request. Okay, that's why. Maybe. Sorry about that. Alright. To use kind of the property syntax in JavaScript and Python, maybe. Alright. Undefined ls string. Too many return values. Have error, want, none. Alright, one thing at a time. Let's look at ls string. Is it, did I not get enough s's in there? So, send email ls string, that's right, isn't it? Yeah, we're all part of API though. Oh, this is in the wrong. See, this happens to me a lot with Visual Studio Code. I guess there's things are so close together that this is in the wrong package. Yes, I'm sure. So that's one less error probably. Okay, variable ls string as type string instruct literal. Okay, let's look at type aliasing. Aha. All right. Type ls string equals string. All right. Okay, so that did work, I think. Now let's see, confirm login as type handler func. Let's go look at that. Error, right? Okay, so okay. And undefined URL was the last thing. Okay, so we need URL.URL. Let's go check that out. Oh wait, am I crazy? I take my crazy pills today. net/URL. Okay. So it's the net/URL package. Wait, what's going on here, man? Oh. See request URL variable type of oh, so because okay, I got you. So it's a pointer to URL, so we got a deref, I guess. Ta-da! Okay. So now, after all that, go back to where we were. Press the button. Go see what we got over here. Okay, the original. API AWS. Okay. So we just got the string there, right? API AWS, API. Okay, I see what's going on there. Maybe I'm setting the wrong field there. Okay, let's see if we can get this to do what I expect it to do. Let's get the fully qualified URL. Wait, actually, we can just do this. Okay, well, we got that already. And well, all right, interesting. How do you? Let's go look at that again. URL example. What if I just print it? Oh, come on. Oh, I forgot to run it. Wait, oh, wait. Okay, hold on. Oh, I see what's going on. Huh. Kind of hinky. Let's see here. What if I just do it this way? Instead of doing this full assignment, what if I just do login URL dot equals? Wait, what was that? Yeah. I'm just so lazy though. I don't know if I want to copy all those fields over. Okay, let's see. So I'll go the Golang way. They said use really short names for everything, so let's see. Okay. And host equal host and port equals, and then now yeah, okay, it's not happy. I don't care about that anymore. Like, how are you? LU port. Oh, I know, because these are all. Is that how this works, man? Are those functions? Okay, let's see. Scheme, host. Let's see how that goes. Port is what? Oh wait, port isn't even in here. What's going on with that? Let's see. Or host. Okay, so host has port in it, so there is no separate port field. Okay. All right, let's see what we got. Funny, it still doesn't look like a actual URL yet, but well, let's see the original URL. I mean, it should have stuff in it. Or I wonder, let's see. Like the octopus. /API/WS /API logging for all this other stuff. Okay. That's one of my favorites, though, by the way. The fountain pen, the squid, the, the leaf. I like that one. Well, that wasn't really what I was expecting. I need a host name. I need a scheme and everything. Why is the request URL not being populated, or it's not populated the way I expect it to be populated? Is it because WebSockets, maybe? I wonder if that is entirely possible. That's probably what's going on here. Oh, shoot. Okay. So I've never, you know, I like in HTTP world, it's always pretty obvious. You're going to know the port and the host name and the scheme and everything, but WebSockets, I forgot this is WebSockets. So it looks like it's just constructing like a relative URL and shoving that into the context object, because this is not a real HTTP request. So, how do we solve this little conundrum? I'm thinking, yeah. It's really kind of funny because, you know, the server can't make many assumptions about, or it shouldn't make many assumptions about where it's really at, like what its name is, what port it's running on, all those things. Technically, you could change those things in configuration, and it shouldn't have to we should have to hard code that stuff anywhere if we can help it. But the problem is, to really know what the client sees, you have to have the client talk to you. So I'm almost tempted to have like the client make a dummy web request just so I can capture that information, but let me think. Yeah, because I mean, the host name is just not in there, right? How deep down this particular rabbit hole do we want to go? Do we want to go read the source code? Because that would be my next step on this particular little train would be to go dig into the source code for Echo and figure out if that information is being stored somewhere else that I could get it easily. Let's see. Well, and in fact, let's go back up and look at this WS Connect. Okay. Okay, so see, there's actually two contexts here. There's the Echo context, and then there's a WebSocket context. But down here, when I do this initiate login, I'm calling it an Echo context again. But I think we really, what if I make it a WebSocket context? Will that make my life any easier? Or it's a WebSocket connection? But wait a minute, hold on. I'm passing in the context object, that's true. So I am passing in this context object. All right. So well, let's go dig in there a little deeper. Go context object. Request, response, WebSocket, yeah. Scheme. Oh, the path for the handler, okay. But once again, we don't really know because, well, we kind of know, but let's see. Well, what if we go with this, what if we go with the context scheme? Will we get something different there? I think it's going to end up being WSS, to be honest. Like WebSocket Secure. No, HTTPS. All right, well, that's cool. So that's actually useful. Path to the handler. Bind, validate, render. Echo instance. Let's see. What's going on with this echo object? Server. Yeah, I'm just secretly afraid that because it's a WebSocket, we don't know the name of the host, you know, and that could be a problem. Okay, so let's look for some. Let's go look at the code a little bit. Let's go read some Golang code. What do you guys say? That sounds fun. Let's go check into the Echo source code. So we got to go find the Echo repo. And boom. All right. So let's go look at I think WebSocket context is in here. Or no, wait, WebSocket is actually a different package, isn't it? Yes, it is. Different package, all right. Let's go look at their source code. Yep. All right. WebSocket.go maybe. Okay. Is it server maybe? They have a context. Where's that context? Am I crazy here? Let's see. Yeah, that's not the right place. Okay, let's see this again. All right, well, interesting. This package itself is saying that it's not used not used as actively as these other ones. Okay, well, it's maybe that's our answer right there. Let's see. But it's for Echo, so let's see. I don't know. Is that the thing we gotta? See if these guys support Echo, and if they do, I'm willing to try a different one. It's looking for a new maintainer. That's not a good sign. Okay, let's see. Let's see here. And there's not even an example for echo for this one. Let's see here. One more time to look at this. Let's see here. Remote header. Well, I've thought of a terrible, terrible hack, but it could easily be done. And I might just do it. Here's the deal. So you'll notice there's tons of requests coming in on HTTP, right, for static resources and things like that. And they definitely know the host. They definitely know, yeah, the port, if there was one, they know all those things. So what I can essentially do is just cache the very first one that comes in and then keep that as the master. You know, that's the host, right, until the server gets restarted. And that's a fairly safe assumption. I mean, there's some scenarios where this might not work, but I think it's going to be good enough. So what that means is I would have to do some middleware or something to grab that. And it kind of sucks to add that middleware for every thing, every call, but I mean, but I mean, I think it'll be okay. Well, so where do we do that? We'll do it here. I wonder if we can unregister middleware. I wonder if it could like, okay. So this is kind of a weird idea. So what it could do maybe is it'll register itself as middleware. It'll get that very first request from the client. It'll cache the host name globally in the configuration, and then it will unregister itself. So let's see if you can do that, if that's even possible. Okay, so let's see what Echo says about that. Can you remove middleware? I mean, even if I have to leave it in there forever, it's not the end of the world. It just does offend me that I would need to do this entire middleware thing just for one value I want to grab. Okay, let's see. Package. Okay, let's see here. So, use whatever. So echo use. Okay. Okay, let's see. Yeah, it's looking like you can't necessarily remove stuff, which I'm not surprised because it's such a bizarre use case. Why would you ever want to do that? Let's see. Or we could just go the very, very primitive route. Let's do that. We'll get the current host name, and we'll allow it to be overridden with a configuration parameter, and we will move on with our lives. So Golang get. And what's funny is even getting the current host name is not always as obvious as you would think it would be, because there can be multiple NICs and they can have different host names and whatever. But let's see. Host name, OS host name, good enough. All right. So, yep. So here's how we're going to tackle this for now. Let's go into configuration. Boom. And we're going to get and it's going to go env. Okay. So it gets that, and then now the deal is we will down here if HTTP hostname is blank, then we'll do this thing. So I'm kind of, I don't even want to do all that. Okay, let's see. So we'll get the host name and if there was an error, then we will log. We're just going to log fatal. There we go. Okay. And then over here, let's go ahead and print our. So we'll say host equals okay. Empty root. Oh, I did the single quotes thing. I do that all the time. Got to break myself of that habit. feels like a name. Oh, I know why. Duh. Wait, no, I did that right. Hold on. Where did I go wrong here? Error already exists, that's why. Alright, it's just gonna be a weird error, I think. Or is it? Let's see. Oh, I know why. Non-name config. Oh, I see. I know what's going on. It's not letting me do that because I guess this automatic creation shortcut stuff wasn't happy. Error. Alright, well that's kind of ugly, but I guess I can live with it. I guess if I'd given it a, if it was like, I guess it wasn't happy because it's a structure member or something. Maybe I had to do something crazy like put it in parentheses or something, but I'm not gonna do that. That was what's going on. Alright, so now refresh and see what we got. See, there's my host name, which is not super useful. Right, so we don't want that. And I don't know why it's not formatting my URL properly. It's really kind of bothering me. There's probably a different way to create a URL. Let's see. There's the parse thing. Let's see here. Yeah, let's see what it says. Dum, dum, dum. Yeah, I think I need that. All right. Oh, I see. Is that how it's done? Okay. Okay. All right. Let's try doing it that way. Okay. So over here. So now I don't even think I need anything out of this. Let me get this here. Is that the right syntax? Yes, it is. Okay. Host is going to be, whoop. Weird trailing comma. Okay. Unexpected end of statement. Wait. Okay. Well, it's still crap, but maybe we'll get there eventually. Oh, wait, am I missing something else here? Yeah, what is up with this? It's just bizarre. It just doesn't look like a URL. Is it because of the way I'm printing it? Oh, maybe it's the way I'm printing it that's messing it up because of the debug stuff or something. Okay. So now it's perfect. Yep, we got a string. Okay. So we're making some progress. We got I got to set my host name properly so that it'll work. Let me go ahead and do that. Problem is I'm building a lot of configuration stuff that I just don't want to have to keep typing all the time, but it's going to be okay. Like on the real server, the host name will be correct, so it won't be a big deal. On my development box, it's obviously a problem. Let's go look at config. What did I call that thing? HTTP, let's say underscore host name. I'm going to call it host. Yeah, host name, good enough. Okay, host name. Okay. Boom. Now, what? Still not right. Where'd I go wrong? Host name. Okay. Oh, well. Overwrite. I think I got to do that. I got to do. Yeah, that's what I got to do. Come on, man. Nope. All right. Everything's difficult. Oh, I know why. This is classic. Quotes. That's what I was telling you. The thing I don't like about this literal syntax is there's zero indication. If you have a syntax error in here, guess what? You ain't going to find out. It just won't work. But you will not be told in any way that it's wrong. So that sucks. Yep. All right. Okay. So now we've got that. Looks like a good URL. Okay. So that was that. I was going to take a quick look at Echo and see if it has a way to, yeah, it does have something about getting a route back out of something. So let's go look at that. Like when we look at any of these things, what are they derived from? Reverse, that's the one, right? Let's see here, maybe. Generates a URL from a route name and provides parameters, right? Right. Okay. So what I'm thinking from that is, like I said, I think I can, when I define this this route properly, okay. Routes. Let's see. Route. go. It'd be nice to see some sample code for this stuff, but if not, we'll just have to figure it out. But basically, the way it works is, you know, whenever you register these routes, good frameworks like this one seems to be pretty good. Will tell you how to construct a URL to reach that route, so that you don't have to hard code it. So that's what I'm looking for now, is how that works. So we use group to add this stuff. Let's see. All right. Sorry, stretch it for a second. Oh. Now, take a look at the route real quick. Yeah, it's funny because it keeps talking about route names, but I'm not seeing how you actually give it a name. So that's interesting. Let's see. Let's go look in here in the cookbook. Maybe we can find something there. Routing. Route naming. Okay, let's see. All right, so you have to register, then name it. I get it. Okay. All right. Okay, let's see. Oh, you give it a handler func and parameters. Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh my gosh, this is exactly what we want right here. So, okay. So, if I do this properly, if I define the route correctly, I can just ask it to give me a URL that will call the correct handler. So, yeah. So I don't even need to do the naming since I'm doing this in code. So maybe I may not bother. All right, so let's try this out and see how this goes. Well, that's going to be interesting. Maybe all this hostname stuff was a waste of time if I had gotten this function. Okay, well, anyway, we'll see. We live and we learn, guys. Let's go back into main go. Okay, confirm login. So confirm login, confirm secret. Okay. All right. So then, theoretically, new login URL NLU equals, and the function is, what do I call? EURI. Okay, so is that part of C dot URI? echo dot URI. C dot echo. Right. Let's see. Let's go from that context object and see how things work. So back here in context. Context does have a type echo, right? Wait a minute. Let's see. Or is it just called, is it called echo or? Echo. Okay, so it's a function. Well, let's take a look at that. Let's see. URI or URL, they're both the same, I guess. Should we be super official or? It doesn't even seem to care. So URL, so it's going to be confirm login, and the parameter will be the secret. What is that value? It's been so long since we've looked in here. Session secret. Okay. And let's see what we get. Okay, that's fine. And LU. Oh, it is a string already, I betcha. All right, let's see. And we get, oh my God, look at that. That's so cool. Well, I didn't waste all the time with the host name because it still doesn't know what the host name is, but I did get the correct relative path that I want with API login, all that stuff. So that is tight. So now all I got to do is, let's see, the LU path. All right. Lup. Okay, so now I got a login URL. Boom. And actually, I'm going to leave this debug. For debugging purposes, it is frequently handy to just log in by grabbing the link out of the debugger, out of your console output, instead of having to wait for an email. So let's see. So we're going to debug. Yeah, this is it's slightly dangerous, but it's okay. We're going to leave it here for now. And we will use and let's see how this works. Wait, not session email, user email. Yep, and there's that terrible. Yeah, okay, well, we'll do the string thing, I guess. And boom. I see something here. That's right. Okay. And there it is. Booyah. gmail.com. Post with my cool GUID. So now if I grab this, we should get a whopping okay. So, yeah. So, ta-da! Now, so I'm able to get the link. I'm able to go back to the handler function. Believe it or not, the rest of it's not too hard. Not that hard, I guess. I'm going to take a quick break and get a drink because my throat's pretty dry. And I will be back in 5. So you guys do what you need to do. And I will be back directly. Okay, we are back. And just let's go ahead and see what's going on here. All right, so we were at a good spot there. We got our login link generated. We verified that it actually takes us to our confirm login routing endpoint there, right? Back in main here. And now we should be able to send our email. So let's go ahead and just do the email thing real quick anyway, because it's, you know, why not? So let's go back in here. We were here, right? So our login email is now, so we got our login URL, the session mnemonic, so that's going to be, and the site base URL. Okay, so the site base URL is the root of the site, because if you look at the email template, I want to do things like link you to support if you need help and that kind of stuff. Like if you look in here, yeah, the base URL / unsubscribe. So that would be like https / :/localhost.umdra.com, you know, just that. So let's go ahead and construct that. Sorry, I got some soda water, which is awesome. Should we be fancy or not? I'm going to try something. It's not super fancy. Here, I'm going to move this to after here. That after that. Okay. Site base URL equals u dot. So grab that. And let's see what we got. Before I send an email, let's just go look at it, see if we can do this. Go construct. All right. So now it'd be like SBU. Okay. So we will. And we'll say context is this weird struct. And all right, boom. Oh, I know, because it is a string. I don't even need to do that. That's great. We just got a string. Perfect. All right. Boom. Send that. Hey, that's kind of cool too. See, we got the whatever that is. Is it a? I don't even know. It looks like a Aladdin's lamp and horse, but none of that. Okay. So what do we got? Context. We've got our login thing. We got our emojis, and we got our base URL. Boom. That's exactly what I wanted. Okay. So I think that's cool. SBU, right? Okay. So now we are theoretically going to set our email. So let's go back in here. Oh, got issues. Not enough arguments. String, struct. Oh, it's supposed to be an interface. Do I have to pass the address of the struct? Is that the deal? No. No, that's not it. Okay, wait. How do you do that? now I'm still happy. Oh, wait, not enough arguments though. Wait, string. Interface. Okay, there's another string. Oh, there's another string missing. That's what's going on. Okay, let's put this back where it was, I guess. Okay, so let's reread the parameters. It takes subject template name. Yes, and the template name in this case is authenticate. Let's see. Yep. So authenticate. So the way this whole thing works is, you know, the template name. Let's see. Actually, well, shoot! Look what I did here. This is total. I never finished this function properly. It's always going to authenticate. So the template name should be replaced in here, right? So format.sprintf. Because what it does is use the template name to generate the HTML and the text, right? So sprintf template name, right? And then template name. Right. Okay. And that looks good. Okay. Yeah. So now over here, we make sure we pass in the template name, which is, let's see, right after the subject, we pass in authenticate. I don't know, I guess it'll format it the way it wants to format it, or I don't know. I was using the auto formatter before. I think maybe I don't have it in this account or something. So now let's see what we got. Expected new line. Possibly missing comma. Oh, I know why you can't just do that, I guess, probably, right? Yeah, okay. So now, let's see what we got here. So this time it should actually send an email. So let's see if it does what it's supposed to do. Oh, you see this. This is something you never saw before. I did the the spinner to show that you had to wait, but you never had to wait before, so you never saw it. All right, so it says it sent it. Let's go check my home email here. All right. All right, let's see here. Yeah, I still don't have it. And I told you that it might be an issue. It's like when I was testing it, just sending dummy emails and things, it sometimes would take a while. Or you sometimes had to send it twice. And then it's like it warmed up and decided, oh, I guess you really wanted to send emails now. So let's see here. Log into my SMTP console. I like that. What is that, like a shallot or something? Straw shallots. It's like the world's worst slot machine, right? It's like, oh, you got an onion, cherries, and a watermelon. Yeah, that's great. Let's see. It's saying nothing was sent. Let's see here. Well, I'm pretty sure I would have thrown an error if the send mail failed. Let me look at my stuff that goes on here, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure we would have gotten an error there. So, but once again, SMTP was not doing a great job the other day. So, yeah. Still not seeing anything. Yeah, I know why I was confused, because I actually, for once in my life, I wrote some unit tests for that email module, and that's how I was sending emails the other day. I was using unit tests to send them, and they were just kind of mocked up confirmation emails. Well, let's see. Try setting one more. But I'm not going to spend a bunch of time troubleshooting this API provider because it's not really that productive. We can use the links directly out of the console and proceed down our path without having to worry about that. And if it keeps being a problem, I'll just try and switch back to SimGrid or something. Because this is annoying. Just wish I could be super sure that I am actually sending the email. Let's verify. No. Let's see. Well, I'm not sure because I'm not checking the error response. So let's see. If error equal to nil, then okay. All right. And oh, well, no, says no error. But also no emails. It's as if nothing's happened because I look at my console and it's saying I've sent 0 emails yet. So, all right, we're just gonna leave it be for a while, let it cook, and see what happens. But I'm pretty sure we've got an error here. I guess I can confirm that. I do want to test the error handling to make sure that that's working. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to temporarily set the password to something wrong. So, all right, so now I got a wrong password. Let's see what happens when I try and send an email. Yep. Okay. Yep. Initiate login, error sending confirmation email, 535. I bet if I look that up, it's probably a bad password or something, right? Okay, that's cool. So the error handling is working. Okay. And still no emails. Well, the good news is I can just send them. I'll send this to support. Send this to the SNTV.com guys and say, guys, you know, I send the emails, but they do not come through. What's up with that? Or they come through so late that it's useless to me. It's like, nobody's gonna wait around that long. Yep, nothing. Okay. So, oh, even the front end stuff worked. That's awesome. Look at that. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and manually complete this using. We're just going to copy the link and paste it in the browser to get it to work. Okay, so what we got to do now is go back in here and look at the logic. So, first of all, clean that up a little bit. I guess, do I not have the Go packages installed or something on this? Because normally it reformats all my source code all the time and auto adds my references and things. Maybe I don't have it configured right on this account. But, all right, let's see. Is this a good point to do a check-in? Yeah, let's do a check-in. It's been a while. So let's go over here. And we'll say... Sending with a link, nice. Yeah, always want to do that. Pretty much always want to do that. Okay, so now we got a nice clean slate. Let's go back into here. And so, once again, the okay, so the actual endpoint was living right now. I stuck it in main for the time being, so we got to get that out of there. So let's go find where I left that. I thought I did. Oh wait, I put it in main of the UMIP thing. Okay. Now my goal was to kind of keep like the user module was unaware of the web stuff, so you'll notice like there's the WS go. I think I'll create a rest.go and I'll put the rest of the API in REST. So let's go ahead and create a new file. Go rest.go, and that's where I'll put the RESTful endpoints and things. So all right, gonna need some stuff. All right. Now, let's see, how does it pass in parameters? How do we get, meaning how do I get that the URL parameters in Echo? I have to look that up. Let's go find that. So, is it in the, is it over here somewhere? Let's see, context, request object, path parameters, right? Okay, so it's right there, huh? Just c.param name, huh? That's pretty easy. I like it. Okay. I don't think we need to go that far. You can bind it directly into a struct or something, but we're barely going to use this. I don't think it's worth it. See, once again, using this structure annotation stuff, the Echo guys are all about that, huh? So, see, you could bind the parameters into this. It's just like overkill. I don't think we need to go that far. We'll just grab it. Now I'm trying to think, am I messing up? Like, the thing about the secret is, should I put the email address in the URL as well? Or just the secret? I mean, it doesn't really matter. If you get a hold of the URL, you got the key. It's as if, you know, basically the thing is that secret is like a password, right? And it's essentially a password. You're sending a temporary password, right? So it doesn't matter how long the temporary password is. It's still the same thing. It could be one letter to just how hard it is to crack, right? So, yeah, there's no point in actually going overboard with that. So let's go ahead and get the secret out of. And then just make sure that that's working. And I'm also wondering if I should disable the actual email sending for a while. So what I can do to do that is, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go back into here, and I think I already did this actually. Maybe did I do this? No. Okay, so I'm basically authenticating here. What I was going to do is like I'll just set the password to blank or something, and if the password is blank, then I won't send emails. I mean, I could add another setting, but I always hate adding. Then there's like another setting I gotta keep track of, like, you know, send emails or not. It's better to use settings you already have, maybe in a better way or something like that. So just basically, or set the host to blank or something like that. But let's set the password to blank. Is that right? Let's see, auth. If it's not a blank password, then we do this business, right? Otherwise, auth's gonna be nil. And so down here, we're gonna log. Right? We have logging, don't we? Do we have no logging in this module? No. All right. Well, that's a problem. Let's do it at a higher level. Okay. Because I don't want to introduce a dependency on logging in the email module until I need it. Let's go back up to here. Boom. Now this guy. We send the email right here. And what's a nice way to bypass this? I'm thinking. Okay. If we're debugging and the email, the user email address isn't a valid email address, maybe it doesn't have an @ sign, how about that? That way I could just type in my name or something and test it locally and I don't have to use emails because I'm not going to be sending them. So how about that? So if debug mode, and let's see, look, index rune. I love calling them runes, man. That's awesome. Index rune. Wait, what? Strings.index rune. Okay. And strings.index rune. Email. @ sign. Thank you for doing that. Let's see here. And what does it return in case of invalid? -1 less than 0. Okay, so. And less than 0. We're just going to return as if everything's groovy. Okay. Now let's see what happens. Okay, hold on. Yeah, okay. So I gotta fix that. Let's go back in here, save that off. Okay, let's reinstall the. Let's get the Golang packages installed. It's kind of bugging me. How do I install them? Let's see. I don't want all that. Let's see. Visual Studio Code, got that already. Go extension. Extension manager. Shift X. All right, install all. Oh. All right. It's funny how I've still gotten 0 emails. That's kind of annoying. All right. All tools. I'm ready to go. See what they did there. So cute. All right. Now let's see. Yep. So now if that did what it was supposed to do, but things are going to start getting weird. Things are going to start reformatting and going all over the place, right? Let's see here. Now where was that strings reference thing at? It was ws.go. Yep, see I just got a reference to strings somewhere up here. Yep, nice. Okay. So now if everything is working as expected, and just type in anything pretty much in this box. But I'm not going to give my real email address. I'm just going to say SBeans. Oh, damn it. Oh, why is my life so hard? Why does it have to be like this? So you can see what's happening, right? I'm so smart that I don't let people type invalid email addresses in the front end. So that shows me. Right. Okay. Back to the old drawing board. What's it complaining about here? Should use not strings contains rune. Oh, contains rune. Okay, okay. So you're so smart. Fine. But guess what? I'm gonna have the last laugh. I'm going to, I just got to put something else in this email address. I'm going to start with a plus sign or something. Like if it starts with a plus sign, then don't send the email. All right, here's what we're going to do. Going to start with a plus sign. Yep, I can't type it wrong anymore. Look at that. What if I want 15 spaces? Nope, that's not how it works. Okay. Now let's see if this actually does as intended. All right. So it ran, did not send an email, just gave me this link in here. So very cool. So copy this link. Go here, paste it in. Okay, and we got, do we get what we thought we were going to get? Let's see. I thought I added a log. I thought I logged the secret. So where's the secret at? Oh, there it is right there. That's it. Just the secret. Okay, so we did get the secret number. Okay. Now, time to make some decisions. All right, so the sessions, I'm not currently storing or indexing the sessions anywhere. And so sessions are funny. It's tempting just to have them. I mean, they're fairly lightweight. They're small. It's tempting to leave them in memory, right? And then, they're easy to find, fast, and all that. And, honestly, unless this thing gets to be huge, it's not going to be a problem, right? But I'm always tempted, well, let's see. because, you know, these might be fairly long-lived sessions, I guess, because, you know, depending on how long this email thing takes, you know, I don't want to have people spending 3 or 4 minutes to log in every time they use the app. So it might, you know, be like a 30-day thing. So we're probably going to need to store these sessions in the database anyway and pull them back into memory at some point. So I'm thinking we're going to have to do like, it's going to be like a cache almost. So like it'll look for it in memory, but if it's not in memory, it'll try and pull it out of the database. And then, of course, then things get even trickier because, okay, so Golang concurrency, if you guys are familiar with Go routines, they're like threads, they're very lightweight threads. And so our WebSocket threads over there blocking, waiting for something from the user, you know, waiting from the for the client to send us a message. So what we're going to have to start doing is re-engineering that Go routine to actually wait for an internal channel. So Go channel, if you're familiar with that, it's like a pipe, kind of. And what we're going to have to be able to do is wake that thread up and say, hey, buddy, you know, you're logged in, you know, get moving, send them a message and do stuff. So, so there's going to have to be some context maybe to go on with this session object. And so for the short term, I think we will just store them in memory, and maybe I'll add the database backing stuff later or something. So what we're going to need to do is we need to be able to retrieve the session object from the secret. So let's go ahead and add some code to do that. Let's see. So it's going to be in the user module, right? Because that deals with sessions. So we have the user from email lookup thing here, right? Which is bogus. It's not really doing anything right now. Excuse me. And then we have the new session thing. I mean, do I actually store a reference to the user in the session? Nope, but I need to do that for sure. Sorry about that. I'm out of water. It sucks. So let's see. Oh, we got a chicken and egg problem here. We got forward references. Now we're gonna have to. I'm not 100% sure how Golang deals with the forward references. It should be okay, probably, but let's see. Can I do that? Nope. Illegal cycle declaration. Yep, that's what I thought. Now we got problems. All right, we'll do that. Now, there's a couple ways to handle this, honestly. But, all right, let's see. The first, let's just talk about the interface. So it's going to be what we need to finish this code over here is we really need to, you know, equals like that. Yeah, see, now it's done. Now I've got all this great new this new Golang support, right? So it's not super happy anymore. So go back into user here, and we will add a new. Let's see. We got session from ID for the user, right? But we're gonna need to do. Let's see. Should I put this up here? Maybe I will. Okay, so okay. Now we're gonna have to look into thread safety and stuff like that because what I need to do is a map. So we're going to have to create a map that's going to map our secrets back to sessions, right? And we're actually going to need a couple maps. We're going to need one for the secret and one for the mnemonic. Let's see here. How does this initialize this session? It does it this way, right? Okay, that's fine. I actually probably need to create a session factory, honestly. So let's look that up too. time to get smarter with Golang. What does it look like? I must have read this before. Let's see here. Oh yeah, I remember reading this before and I kind of hated it. Let's see. Yeah, okay, whatever. See what this dude's got to say. Okay. Postgres. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Well, all right. Let's see. Can't just make it that easy, I guess. I guess we can. So we'll do this. All right. Let's see. New session returns. Is that right? Is that going to be right? Okay. Baby steps. Let's see if we can avoid if we've broken what we need here. UID is a thing. It exists. Yeah, that's a real thing. Okay. Okay, session from secret. You're not allowed to have an empty function body. Oh, return. Just return nil for now. Let's see if it still builds. It still kind of works. Still builds. Let's see here. All right. Okay. So it appears to have not broken too much. So now the good news is, since we put it in a factory method, right, or we have a factory constructor here, what we can do is we can populate our maps so that we can later find these sessions by mnemonic and secret, right? So we'll just do this. So once we've constructed it, we will let's look red safe maps Golang, whatever. Let's see how we do that. Yep. Read concurrently is fine. Okay, pretty cool. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but insert is not. So and I thought they created like a new synchronized map. Let's see. All right, let's see. So the synchronized map. Let's see. How does that work? Let's see here. Oh, I see what's going on here. So this is, yeah, that's what I was worried about. So this is the thing. It's like, now, beyond the normal level of complexity of our application, we have to start thinking, what's going to happen when this thing is running concurrently and, there's 100 users in here doing stuff at the same time. We're going to, number one, we need to maintain the consistency of the map to make sure we don't corrupt that. But also, we need to consider if we're going to update the session structure later, which we may. We're probably going to have to, I guess, because we need to, I don't know, let's see. Do we need to? Maybe we do. Let me think about this a second. I'm trying to think of the flow. It's like, normally I would add a field to session, something like, confirm. And maybe even, confirm. Let's see. Is there a type for IP addresses? Let's see. Let's see. Okay. So let's see here. See, even IP addresses, let's spend some hours reading about IP addresses. It's like, how are we going to represent them? I would just represent them as strings, I think, in this case. Let's see. I don't know. The only reason you want to do this is for auditing purposes. Like if somebody starts to abuse the system, you want to know who they are and, at least have an idea of where they came from. So what I normally do is add these extra fields, and whenever somebody authenticates, I would store that information, and that would immediately make the actually live, and then you'd be able to log in, right? So I would add something like this, and then update this structure. But I'm just had an idea that at any given time I need to either find it by the secret, right, because it's been unconfirmed, or I need to find it by the ID, because it has been confirmed. And I don't know that I ever need to do both of those at the same time. So I was concerned about having to lock the session object while it's in the map. But I think what I can do is I can pull it out of the secret map. So whenever someone confirms it, I'll pull it out of the secret map, and I will update it, and then I'll push it into the confirmed map, and then I don't have to synchronize it, I think. That might work. It might work. Either it'll work, or it will create a horrific concurrency problem for me later, and I will, lose my mind. So either way, it's going to be entertaining. Let's see. Let me. Anyway, and let's not forget, if you guys want to interact with me, I turned off the chat in YouTube just because the one time I did turn it on, I started getting a ton of spam about, hot chicks in my neighborhood and stuff. And I'm in Bangkok, and I don't think they're here. And so if you really want to communicate, get on to Discord, and I'll try and be better about mentioning that. But there's a Discord server, the Lone Coder. If you want to find the link, it's in the description for this video, so you can join up and say hi if you're out. But yeah, that's the easiest way to interact with me is hop on Discord. And in the meantime, okay, so what I was suggesting is I'm gonna create two maps. I'm gonna have a map for unconfirmed sessions and then confirmed sessions, right? So get out of that IP nightmare. So it's a sync map, right? Is it sync.map, right? So let's see if we can just do that. So we're going to have okay, so we're going to have that's so long. That's a long name. Let's see. So we'll have unconfirmed sessions and sessions, maybe? Unconfirmed sessions is going to be a sync map. Okay. Okay. So when you create a new session, it is obviously unconfirmed. So that's how you store. You just store. Yeah. Oh. Secret itself. Okay. All right. So as soon as we do that, yes. Oh, I know what it's complaining about. It's unused. All right, that's fine. I'm not going to worry about that just yet. So when we get a new session, it gets added to the unconfirmed sessions map, and then session from secret. I wonder if we want to do that, or if we just want to type secret correctly. Seek it. Sorry guys, I don't think I've been sleeping enough lately. I think I'm not okay. But I don't know that I actually just want to get the session. I think I might just want to confirm. I think I'm just going to have an atomic confirm session. The secret. And then the extra information, if I do, it's like client IP. Or how about just call it, let's just call it client context. It's a string, right? So, you know, the client context. Okay. So it could be anything. It could be a string, could be whatever, but just something to identify the client so we can do some auditing later if we need to or whatever, right? So, now all we got to do is, okay, how do we, I'll have to look at this. I'm going to have to look up the documentation for this class, this sync map. Let's go look up sync map. Somewhere out there. Maybe I can close the URL package for now. Let's see here. Can I do that? Map in sync. Okay. Load stores and deletes. Run at amortized constant time. All right. Delete, load and delete. Let's see. Okay. Very cool. That's kind of what I need, right? Okay, yes. This is exactly what I want. Right here, my friends. So, all right. Yeah, that's awesome. So what that's going to let me do is, if you think about how this works, is it's going to atomically, this load and delete thing is going to try and pull out the session for the given secret, right? And remove it from the map so nobody else can get it. And so let's do that. It returns the value and loaded, right? So we'll say if, do we want to do this? Let's do equals load and delete secret. I will learn to spell secret someday. It's going to happen. Right. Then that's it, right? And then if, okay. What is confirm session going to return? I guess it's going to return, what should it return? I guess just success or failure, right? Is that really an error, I guess? So, yeah, let's go with there. Okay, so if not loaded. Okay, and how do you return a new error? Errors.new? Okay, easy enough. And should I go really fancy and put the secret, echo the secret in the error? Nah, it's not a good idea. We'll just do that. All right, so it's slightly happier now. All right, so if it didn't load, that's cool. So now, at the moment, the session is in limbo. It's between the unconfirmed sessions and the confirmed sessions maps. So what we're going to do is we're going to update those fields that make it confirmed. So we're going to go ahead and stick the confirm timestamp in there. So let's do time.now. I just looked at it, time.now. Right, and confirm or confirmation. Let's confirm. Why is it not happy about that? What's its complaint? Oh, because it doesn't know the type. That's why. Okay, so confirm timestamp session dot client context equals context. Now sessions dot store now later on, if we start doing stuff like loading things initially from the, well, it shouldn't even be an issue though. Yeah, this should never happen. So we'll just go ahead and go with store. So we're going to store session.session ID. All right. Return nil. Okay. Well, I guess we could go with the OK. We could go with the old OK. How about that? Like bool. So yeah, we'll just return OK. It's either OK or it's not OK. Return false. Okay. So confirm session, it's going to do one of two things. It's going to be OK or it's not going to be OK. So let's go and look at our calling code again. Back over, oh, where was it? Where did I put it? In rest, right? It's over here, right? So we got our secret. If OK equals confirm session. Secret. Yeah, so we don't actually ever get the session. That's not really necessary. So if okay, if not okay, not okay. Right. So that's a complaint. Oh yeah, we need to pass in the context. Okay, so let's get, what can we get for that? Let's look in our echo package here. The context object again. In the request, maybe we can get like, at least get the client IP or something, right? Is that, wait a minute, is that okay? That host is okay? Oh man, if I, sorry, we're gonna push something back on the stack. We're gonna go take a look at something. Like, let's put a pin in this for a second. But I thought I tried that. I think it didn't work, right? Let's go back one more time to here and say, I mean, I definitely tried that. I'm not insane, right? C.request.host, right? I mean, I did, didn't I? Okay, wait, yep. Can I use unconfirmed sessions? Load and delete. This type session is, I need type assertion. Okay. Fine. Right. Let's see how to deal with that. Can I just do it? Is it literally that easy? Can I just do this? Let's see. Back into user. I can't do that. Right? That's not gonna work. Okay. Yeah. Is that it? It can't be that easy. Okay. Let's see. Wait. I can't totally. This is not gonna compile, right? Okay. Let's see. Secret declared but not used. Okay. 2. Yeah. Okay. Confirmed. Type any. Still doing the type any thing. So this type assertion did not work the way I planned it to. Guess you can't shadow or something like that. I think this lacks elegance, but I'm gonna try this. I've been playing with Rust lately, so that's why I get confused sometimes, because Rust has this thing called variable shadowing, so you can basically change the type of a given variable dynamically. like that. So you can basically, kind of like you do in JavaScript where you get a parameter and you want to convert it from a string to an int or something like that, and you just reassign it to the parameter, and that's fine. So Rust does that, but Golang doesn't do that, and so that confused me. All right, so we're running, did I break it? Let's see. Let's see what the URL looks like. And over here, the URL looks like, the URL looks okay. Okay. All right, that's fine. That doesn't bother me. All right. Okay, so I wasted a bunch of time doing that configuration stuff. And in fact, here's the secret though. If you want to be a good developer, I could just say, oh, that's fine, whatever, I'll just leave it in there. It's not hurting anything. But actually, it is hurting something because I'm going to have to think about it. It's going to bother me, but also it's unnecessary now, and it's just one more thing to think about later, and nobody will ever delete it. Like right now, I clearly know it's not needed. But even in 2 weeks from now, I may not clearly know that it's not needed. So let's kill the HTTP host name. Find out where it lives. It just lives down here, right? Goodbye, short-lived HTTP host name. Okay. Now, if that's accurate, hopefully it didn't break the world. Back in here. Whoop. A terrible-looking gray cookie knife cake. All right. Yeah. And we're still good. We still got a good link here, right? So copy that link. And okay. So now let's go back to where we are regularly scheduled thing, which I was looking at. The whole reason we got here was because I was looking at the client context. I wanted to get some context to store in the session object by the person who clicked the link, so that we can at least have some hope of possibly blaming the person who cheated or did something bad, right, at some point. So let's go back and find the client stuff. Remote adder. Remote adder. Okay. Yeah, let's just go with remote adder. How about that? So we're going to send in remote adder as the context. So back in here, let's fix this back. It was. So we're going to do c.remote or .request .remote adder. Okay. Now what's it complaining about now? Oh, come on. That irritates me. It's like I'm not done typing yet, guys. All right, well, let's go ahead. So, okay, yeah. So this is the not okay branch. So this did not work out well. So I guess we're going to, we need to really return, we need to do a redirect, I guess. I think we're going to have a page that said, you know, we're probably going to have 2 pages. One for, yes, everything went great. Or I guess we could do 1 page and just have a replacement in the middle. Let's see. Well, let's see. How about this? I'm going to look up in Echo how to do a redirect, because what I want to do is, if it failed, I will create a page called, authentication failed or something like that. Or should we just always redirect to the home page, no matter what? We could do that. It's like this is actually legit. Just redirect to the home page in all cases, pretty much. Yeah, we don't need to do that. Okay. So let's figure out how to do a redirect in Echo. So here in Echo, redirect. Okay. Let's find the redirect. So that's a response, right? Or is that context.redirect? Let's see here. Let's find that redirect. Is that all the documentation we're going to get? let's see. Redirect code. And there's two redirects. There's temporary and permanent. I can't remember what they are off the top of my head. It's like 301 or something like that. Let's see. HV. Temporary and permanent. 301's permanent. .302 maybe, something like that. Or see other. Even though we're doing a get, this is really more like a put or post operation than it is like anything else. So we're going to do 303. So we're going to go with the old 303. C dot. And the URL we're sending it to is. We gotta get the root. So I can grab this from over here. Let's see. Huh. We'll see. Can I call pointer method on? Oh, I see. Path's going to be right there. Boom. Home page. Oh. Okay. All right. So now let's see what happens here. So we did this. We get our link. We copy our link. Paste our link. And it took us to the home page, which was the goal. That's kind of worked, I think, maybe. Of course, we don't know if it succeeded or failed. It failed yet, but we are going to eventually. I think for just the purposes of sanity while we're testing and things too, we can do this. If okay, if not okay. Warn. Failed. And we'll go ahead and put the secret in there, even though it's kind of usually a bad idea to put secrets in log files, but for debugging purposes, to keep you from going insane, sometimes it's useful. So I wonder if we should make this a debug message instead of a warning message. Well, but see, here's what's going to happen. You got to kind of think to the future. Someday, somebody's going to maintain this, and that person will probably be me, and something will fail mysteriously, and then I'll have to figure out why. So it would be good to know. Sorry, hold on a second here. I gotta. Yeah, gotta. My wife texted me. Anyway. You guys can, I'll tell you guys said hi. She's probably having lunch. She's working in a hospital recently and right across the street, which is pretty convenient. But anyway, let's see here. So yeah, we'll go ahead and warn it because it's nice to know, I guess. What's it complaining about? Oh, yeah, that's fine. Okay. Let's test this code. Why not? So it's easy enough. We'll come back in here, close that off, refresh this. Boom. Now we should have a new URL, which we'll copy. Boom. Now I'm going to do this. XXX. Boom. Oh, interesting. All right. Got an internal server error. Interesting. What happened? Interface conversion. Interface is nil. Not a session. Okay, so my type assertion. So okay, let's let's figure out how to deal with this. I'm still trying to get the idiom here when it comes to Golang and type coercion and things like that. So let's take a look in this module. I did not account for the fact that yeah, it's really this simple. I gotta just put it down here. Okay, let's put this back up. And I can test this right away, because if I hit this now, it hopefully will not throw an internal error. But it should show me a warning, right? No, status 304. What's status 304? Did it automatically coerce that 303 to 304? Maybe. But I thought I added a warning, though. What happened to my nice warning? Oh, does confirm session not return the right thing? Let's see, confirm session not loaded, return false, return true. That makes sense. Oh, wait, but what? Should be warning. Warning should be the right level, right? Let's see here. No, not that. Let's just do this again. Boom. Send login email. Grab this cool new login URL. Oop. Okay, this is going to work great. Starting a little punchy, guys. All right, let's see here. Boom. Been up a long time already, feels like. Okay. What do we got? Status 03, error none, latency, bytes out. Where's my... Oh, there it is. Login confirmation for... Oh, that was the URL itself. So why am I not getting... Oh, am I getting another error or something? And I'm... well, let's see here. Yeah, let's do this. Oh, I didn't put any bad characters in there, that's why. So this time, did I get any bad characters? No. Oh, man. Okay. Well, interesting. Status 303. Yeah, it still did a redirect to home, which is fine, because, oh, here we got a warning right there. Secret confirmation failed completely. Oh, because did I forget to put secret in the, yeah, that's why. Well, no, I didn't. It's right there. Oh, because I forgot to warn F. Okay, now, let's see. Man, this programming business is difficult. Is it because the browser's not even letting this happen, maybe? Yeah, okay, there we go. Maybe. Oh, no. Confirmation login. Secret blah, 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 blah. Confirmation failed. Okay, so that kind of checks out. All right, then let's go back to make sure that the actual case still works. Oh, there we go. The eagle is landing on cheese or something like that. Grab this. Boom. And this time we got nothing, but the dog that didn't bark, I guess, is the key to the mystery. It worked. So at this point, okay, so assuming this worked correctly, the way everything was intended to, now that session is in the sessions map, which means it's a good session, right? Okay, So now all we got to do is wake up our client, because in a real application, unlike a Mickey Mouse application, you don't have to refresh, you don't have to do anything. Things magically happen. So, for example, the person waiting over here, as soon as you hit that link, boom, you're in here and you're using it. And the reason I'm doing it this way is because it's conceivable that you're sending it to your work email and it's on a different device, or on your iPad, and you check your email there and you want to click the link, and I don't want to make it where you have to check the email on the device where you're actually logging in. So the way this is going to work is, let's take a look at our Go routine again, and then I'm going to have to start thinking about how to manage that stuff. But let's go look at, what if this is another good checkpoint for, how much have we done? Decent amount. Let's see. Added session confirmation link support. Boom. Okay. Now, what we got to do is look at this WebSocket handler. So back up here, this is like our main loop. This is the loop that the WebSocket connection is going through when it's talking to each client page, right? And so there's some things that it needs to know, is this session authenticated or not? And presently, it doesn't really have an idea of that, because we only had one message to answer, which is login, so it really wasn't necessary. So the logic here is it comes in and see, don't pay attention to that. That's a closure. So it's blocking right here, right? So what's going to need to happen here is, instead of only waiting to receive a message, it's going to also have to be able to be interrupted getting a message from a channel. And so the question is, where do we put that channel? Because we'll need to know, let's see, what channel is that channel going to be associated with a session object, I guess, maybe? Let's see. All right. Now I'm going to have to go do a little more digging into some Golang concurrency stuff, because I haven't messed with it in a while. So let's see. Also, okay. So the idea is, there are going to be other Go routines in this backend that are occasionally going to need to wake up our thread to do stuff, right? And so there are some other properties of this session that I think we're going to need to keep up with. And so the idea, let's see. Okay, so think about this. What are things that would be of interest to the client that the client's going to have to wake up for? Like, conceivably, somebody drops an image and it happens to be in the vision of what we're looking at right now. Well, that image is going to have to pop up in there. So that's going to require a WebSocket notification, right? Or suppose somehow you get logged out, like I provide support for global logout, and you get kicked out. So we need to wake up the client to tell him he's not logged in anymore. Or if we eventually did chat or something like that, which I doubt I'm going to do. I'm not going to be bothered to do that. But, something like that where you need to interrupt the client. So we got to figure out. I think that the session essentially represents the browser. I think it's like, no, it has to. Really, there's one session per browser window here, for one connection. Because there's some other properties which I haven't even really talked about much, but okay, so my idea for this thing, it's an infinite whiteboard, right? So it's got the full scope of the floating point numbers to play with. And one way I'm going to keep people from causing each other a lot of grief is that my plan is to spread people out throughout 3-space, right? So where I spawn in the world is not going to be close to where the next guy, Bob or Sally, where they spawn, right? And so in order to keep that from being an issue, you'll never really know where you are. Like, we all do live in the same world, but you have your own local origin. Like, if you looked in the client, you started digging into the code, everything is at 0, 0, 0. You're like, oh, well, I must be the center of the universe. So this is really like real life. everybody in the system is going to think, hey, I'm the center of the universe. But you really aren't. The actual center of the universe for you as a user is going to be at some random floating point location, 1.73 times 10 to the 12th or whatever. That's going to be your x coordinate, for your offset. So it's going to be like an origin offset, right? And so that's going to be per user. So whenever you're dealing with coordinates here in this client, you're actually dealing with relative to your origin coordinates. And that's a user thing. So, but sessions map back to users. Well, they don't currently, but they're gonna. Gotta take my word for it. And let's see here. So I guess maybe I'll have to connect I guess the WebSocket itself. I don't think I can get away with, like, what if somebody duplicates a tab? How's that? Well, it's going to create another socket connection, I guess, right? Yeah, but it's still the same session probably. So the session's not sufficient. There can't be one channel per session, I don't think. Well, or can there? Every time something of interest to that session happens, but immediately they'll diverge. If you have two windows, they're going to have their own context, right? So there's sessions, and then there's a view. I guess there's like a view object or something like that. It's like each WebSocket is a view, essentially, right? So, okay. Let's see. Well, if I create a new, what if I clone this tab? What if I duplicate this tab? What's going to happen? Did it create a new WebSocket connection? Oh, yeah, it created a new WebSocket connection, so, yep. Well, then I'm not going to let that bother me. So I guess the session object will be sufficient. So there's a session per WebSocket connection. Okay, so, all right. So for one thing, these objects here, the session, user and session objects, they also, they shouldn't be temporary. These guys are going to be persistent throughout the entire life of this connection. So how many S's in session? 3 total, but not in a row. Not like that. Not like that. Okay, so let's see. Initiate login. Yeah, okay, so all right. Okey-doke. Now, so here's some tricky bits. So we haven't had to really worry about state up until this point because we weren't logging anybody in. So there was no state. It was just uninitialized. Basically, was the only state we had to deal with. But now we're gonna have to start considering, like, if you initiate a login, you're already logged in. Do I care much what happens to you? I don't know. Not much. Eventually, my usual solution for those things is if you initiate a login when you're already logged in, I log you out first. So, you might end up like the crow in that fable where the crow looks for, or not the crow, but the dog. He looks in the pond and it's like, oh, that dog has a bone. And he opens his mouth and he loses his bone. So you might lose your login connection and then not get another one. But that's what I usually would do. So for now, I'm not going to worry about it too much. But, all right. right, so we send the session created message back. Okay, so now that's the other thing. Yes, we now need to be able to send a message back to the client. So we're going to need to wake up this Go routine and have it send back a session or login completed or whatever, logged in message. We'll come up with a name for it. So it's going to need to be able to send a message back down to the client. And so to do that, let's see, can I put a channel? Let's see, so let's go do a little bit of like I said, I haven't played with channels in a couple months, so I'm going to have to go back and read about them a little bit. But maybe I can find something about WebSocket. Or something like that. It's like, this guy didn't spell WebSockets right, so it's making me nervous already. Let's see. Let me, it sounds dumb, but let me go read some of my own source code. Let's see. Oh, not smees.com. That website is long dead. Oh, I converted it to my blog. Yeah, there's my blog. Do you love it? Does the green really pop? All right, let's see. Okay, let's go look at this. Here's some code that I wrote. I'm going to read my own code. Let's see here. This is where I was doing a lot of stuff. Okay. Semaphores are in there. Yeah, okay, that's not what I want. I'm more interested in channel stuff. Okay. Okay. Yeah, okay, the API is not where the interesting bits are happening. Let's see, it's not happening in here, is it? API mutex handler. Okay, yeah, main handler. All right, let's see here. Maybe in here. Okay. All right. Right. Yeah, this is almost useless. If it is useful, I don't remember what I did. Let's see here. This is my mutex.us thing. So basically, it's a web-based mutex system, so you can lock and unlock unique resources on the web using curl or something, which is kind of cool. But if you want to check it out, it's like hopefully still running. Maybe. Nope, it's down. Oh well, I'll try and bring it up one of these days. That was something I did as just a little side project for fun. All right. So what I'm trying to figure out is how do I wait for this, the read, right? I want to be reading from the client. How do I do this receive in parallel with my channel that I'm going to be waiting on? And also what kind of channels are going to be? So, and when do I create the channel? I think I have to create the channel as soon as the session is created. So, I guess we're going to call that a client channel, right? And its only purpose is to I guess we need to communicate somehow through the channel. And that's the other thing I'm trying to figure out is how much information do I need to communicate? Do I just need to tell it? I need to tell this WebSocket handler, hey, what all, hey, this event happened, and how much event information do I need to send? Or let's see. All right. Well, and I do want to not get this wrong because this is going to be a big deal later to change probably. So let's look at WebSocket message receive documentation. Let's see. So I'm probably going to have to wrap this in a Go routine or something, and then I'll have to wait multiple. Okay, so let's do. Let's go back to basics and look at Go routines. Let's see. Hopefully this guy's got some good stuff. Okay, let's see. Okay, not helpful. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I want to do anonymous functions. I don't care about all that. Let's see. Yep. There we go. Let's see. How do you do what's I can't I'm trying to remember even the name of that structure where you I think I just need to create a channel and then let's see. Yeah. All right, let's see. So let's see here. I can type it. Channels. How do you wait on multiple channels? That's crazy. Okay, yes, select case. Now it's totally coming back to me now. All right. So, okay. Close, right? Right. Okay. So the trick is, okay, channels. So the question is, what does the channel internal? There's going to be like an internal channel for other Go routines to tell this socket you need to communicate something to your client. So all right. Yeah, and there's just a bunch. I'm trying also. This routine is going to grow really fast because it's, right now I've got all the message processing logic and then the dispatch logic and even the implementation here in this one function. So this is going to have to change pretty soon. So let's start doing some refactoring already to clean that up while I'm figuring out the rest of it. So here's what we can do. We can add a new process client message thing. So let's see. That will take, I think it's just going to be this bit here. Yeah. Or dispatch client message. How about that? Sounds good. Okay. Right. And we don't want to copy probably, so I'll probably send the address in there. All right. But what are you doing, man? Crazy. Okay, let's see here. What's going on? Okay. Oh, wait, but we need... Where's my switch statement? Okay. Oh, well, because... Oh, I'm insane. I keep thinking old school C type switch statements or something where... oh, yeah. I would usually have curlies inside here, but the new style is not like that. Okay. Oh, but I need access to my... That's the thing. I need this closure here to send a message, which I don't have access to. Let's see. What have I done? All right, let me break this. Let me put this back. I think I broke too much. Abort mission. Okay. Does it compile? Does it still run? Okay. So let's think about that. So I did this. The whole reason I did this closure is because it was getting to be kind of tedious to do all this for each time I wanted to send something to the client. So, and the other thing is we got to think about thread safety here because we want basically to call the send message always from the same handling thread. The hardest part of concurrency is keeping your head wrapped around, what context am I executing in at this very minute. And so, once we've entered this particular closure here, this is one go routine, I guess. And it's basically sitting here right now. It's synchronous. It's waiting. It's waiting for the client to send us something. And then we respond to it and we send something back and we just loop like that, right? So what I'm needing to do now is I need to not only wait for the client to send me something, but I need to wait for an internal event inside the server to happen, like another go routine. So what's happening is somebody clicks on that confirmation link and that's executing another go routine. And then I need to look up that session, I need to confirm it, and then I need to wake up this go routine over here and say, hey buddy, tell the client he's logged in now, he's good to go. And so we're going to have to use channels for that. And things like I have this cool closure here to send a message. And I'm guessing if I want, I was going to move this dispatch logic out into its own function, but it's got a reference to send message, right? So I would need to pass that in. So the question is, how much more do I need to pass in? And then, it becomes, it's like, okay, so you've passed in the context, you passed in the WebSocket connection, and then guess what? You've, basically passed in everything you already had in this function. So, let's see. Yeah. All right, I'll tell you what. We're going to let this thing grow a little bit more before we figure out how to refactor it. So, first thing is I'm going to I need to put this in its own go routine. So let's go back and reread how to do anonymous go. Yeah, like that. It takes nothing, I think. And oh, this is an issue too, right? So there's an error. That's going to be a big deal. How do we get that? We're going to have to communicate that back out. We can do that though. It's going to be all right. I got a plan for that maybe. All right. So now, we're going to have a channel for the client, right? And it's going to be, I know they like to use the int channels for a lot of stuff, but here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to create a client in channel. What's that right? There's we call, how do you declare a channel? I have to, like I said, I have to look up everything, man. I don't remember how to declare a channel anymore. Just do make, is that all? I like bool. I'm gonna make it a bool. It's not definitely because it's not used, right? Okay, there we go. And so, is that how you send it? Yeah, right. So essentially what I'm going to write to this channel is whether or not there was an error, right? So if there was an error, we're going to abort because we have to, here's the trick now, because we're returning from the go routine, but we're not returning, before we were returning from this handler routine and just aborting, essentially aborting this routine, right? Okay, so now, here's the trick. When you're refactoring something and it's kind of tricky and it hurts your head a little bit, I'm going to get back to the functionality I have right now first, but using this new slightly more complicated, using the more complicated semantics, right? So what's happening now is we come in here, we fire off this parallel routine, but then we're immediately going to block and wait for it. So it's literally no different than it was before, except the fact that we've added this extra layer of complexity, which we can hopefully then take advantage of to start handling internal messages. So let's look at switch, right? And how does switch work? It's select. It's not switch. That's why I keep getting confused. Select case. Okay. Equals. We're going to get a message back from client in. Okay. Let's see. Wait. Oh, wait. Hold on. So, it's more than that, though. We got to deal with this, though. The client message. Yeah, I can just declare this at the top because we're only going to ever have one client message. Yeah, that's fine. And we will unmarshal. Okay, so, yeah, how do we handle that? Let's see. Okay, so basically this means if we do this unmarshal here, and there was malformed JSON, previously we continue, right? But we can't be doing that anymore. What we will do is this. We're going to say, we're going to set the message to nothing. So basically we know that, even though, basically, if it gets a false, if we get a not okay, that means we go to abort and we're going to exit the entire routine. Whereas if we got a malformed message, we're willing to try again. So we're just going to we're going to change the message to, nothing. There was no message, and we'll just loop back through again. So now let's check the syntax. Okay, equals that. And okay, wait, I've got to assign it though, right? Yeah. Now it's going to complain it's not used, right? Okay. If not okay, return. And okay. Now, assuming that I have done this correctly, we should. Oh, no, there's an error. I know that. Okay, shut up. Shut up. I know what I'm doing. Okay. Stupid thing. All right, here we go. Now, let's go back and see if it functions at least as well as it used to. So, send the login message. Okay, we got that. We did get a message back. Yep, we got this thing here. We got all this. This is cool. Got our link. Okay. So it's no worse than it was before. And also, where's that coming from? Let's see, socket message. Oh, I see what's going on there. Yeah, I was trying to be fancy and dump the JSON. I guess I could do that. If I let the debugger deal with it, that'd be better. Let me fix that. Let's go to the client. This is the first piece of client code we really touched, I think, today. Let's go touch this for a second. That's on line 19. Yeah, there's our message. Boom. Okay. Good news. So now, after all that, we should be able to, add a channel to our session and use that to basically wake this listener up over here and get some things done. So what we need to do is we need to go into our user, and this isn't my favorite thing because, all right, let's think about this too, because the session object right now, it mirrors what I would like to stick into MongoDB. Like when I go to the point where I'm going to start like storing this stuff in Mongo, like I would want to keep those. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's basically, this is data. There's no operational stuff going on like handles. You got to try in your mind, you always want to think about data, which is kind of static, and then like dynamic things like file handles and things that represent other resources and pointers and stuff like that. So right now this is just all data, right? And it's easy enough to serialize and deserialize and all that. But if I add a channel in here, how do I feel about serializing that to JSON? Because the channel won't be serialized. I guess it doesn't really matter. It's just not very tidy. And I usually would like to have those structures be separate, but I'm afraid it's going to complicate the code a lot if I do that. So, yeah, we're just going to do it, man. We're going to go for it. I wonder if I should make it a private field. I think I can do that, though, can't I? And here's the other trick. What am I going to name this? I'm going to name it the... And how do I declare a channel? And what type do I want to give it? So that's the thing, is like, I think that we're going to have to give it a, I think we're going to make it a string, because we're going to have to pass in like, you know, something like login confirmed, or later it'll be something like item added or something like that. There will be basically a message to it. So, okay, let's see. How do I declare? Okay. Chan string. All right. Okay. And then I think we're good. Do I have to make it? That was what I was wondering. Should I make it actually like a message channel of some sort, more elaborate than string, or not? I kind of hate to do that though, because you're marshaling stuff back and forth. Well, maybe it'll be a thing. Okay, let's see. All right, I'll tell you what we'll do. Call it a server event, right? And then we will put that in where? Not in here. Where does it belong? Maybe in here? No, not really there. Yeah, this is all client and service and stuff, so it's like, well, I guess we're going to put it in. It doesn't belong in user, though. Maybe in DB or something like that, or... All right, guys, we're going to just create a new module and call it the server. All right. Let's type. Let's give it a string for now. Okay. So now we got this. We got the server event. And so like I said, this is not super clean, and it makes me uncomfortable. So we might have to refactor this later, but I'm going to leave it here for now because we only got a couple minutes. We got to finish up. And that's not the only reason, because I honestly don't know the right answer yet, or I would do it. I'm thinking it has to be like, there's going to be like a two, I don't know, I can't think of a good clean way. There have to be two maps, like there'd have to be a session map for the database session info, and then there'd be a different one for the dynamic session info. But let's roll with it like this for now. So we got our channel. Do I have to create that channel? I think I do, right? I think I do. We'll find out soon enough. Good news about Golang, it won't let me do anything wrong, so it's like it'll complain in a second. So the way this works now is, so we've got this in our session object. So when we go back into here, okay, and we've got this code here equals equals, what did I call it? I've already forgotten. Client channel. Event channel. How about call it event? Call it event channel. I like that better. Event channel. So if we get an event, all right. Now, see that here's where we'd have to do additional. We have to do additional logic, right? Event type, case. Okay, so case, login confirmed. Okay. Now we could send ourselves a login confirm message, right? And so this is where I was beginning to think, maybe we don't want to have structures for all these, but I'm going to stick with this for now, and if I have to refactor it, I'll refactor it later. So it would be like and let's see. Or we call it like session confirmed. How about that? Maybe session confirmed. All right. So now we just send a message. Boom. Where am I at? What's going on with that? Why is it complaining about that? Oh, this is a bug, I guess. Okay. I'm going to call this session confirmed. And we're going to send a message to the client. And before I forget, we're going to continue. Because, man, we're not going to drop into this logic down here. We don't need to continue processing client message stuff. So we're going to send message. All right. So that's going to send that message. And then now, remembering to back up to here. So after we did our confirmation, right? Right, it's okay, everything's fine. Right in here is where we will notify. So else, but we need access now. Now, well, actually, okay, wait, I was wrong. This needs to go into the confirm session. But I was, it needs to go in here. So confirm session over in user.go. So you know what? This is making me feel better already because confirm session needs access to that channel in order to send a message. So let's see here. So once we're confirmed, right? Yep, everything's good, everything's good, everything's good. Stored. Should we send, I guess we should send it before we store it, or now we should store it and then send it. Okay. So now session dot event channel gets a server event structure, and it is session confirmed. Right? That's it for now. I believe, right? So session confirmed, and back over here if I'm not crazy. We got session confirmed. And now if all this works the way it was supposed to work, and hopefully it will because it's about time to quit, it's noon. Okay. Send our login message. Come over here. We get this. And we come in here and we put this in here. Boom. If we go back and look at this guy, no, we didn't get anything. Just a sad story. Okay. Where did it go wrong? Where did it all go wrong? Okay, we did get the confirm call there. Do a little bit of debugging, I guess. Okay. Alright, let's see if that comes. Let's see if we get that. Sometimes I wonder if it's the browser too. I'm going to have to concern myself about that maybe. Actually, let's see. So connection has been hijacked. Love that one. That's cool. Okay, fine. All right. that's the official thing. It's hijacked because that's how the WebSocket stuff works. You actually start an HTTP and then it hijacks the socket connection and converts it to. Okay. Wait, what's going on? So wait, what's happening? What we got errors? Panic runtime. Invalid memory address or nil pointer reference. Yeah. All right. Got to panic. The panic is where. So close the network connection. Is this like, that's probably something I just did, right? Yeah, so I broke it. Well, guys, you know what? Hate to end on a down note, but, well, let's see. I'll stick with you guys for a little bit longer, but I'm going to have to go get some food at some point, and tomorrow's my anniversary, and I got to go do something nice for my wife, or I'm going to get in big trouble. So, let's hang out for a little bit and see if we can fix this last bug, because it seriously is right at the cusp of where it should be able to log in. And believe it or not, this is more or less the hard part. Like, once this bit is done, we're just kind of, I don't have to add any more infrastructure on the server, I don't think. I'll be able to send the messages I need to send to get things done. So let's see here. This stack trace is just monstrous. Dereference in middleware. Okay. Yes, connect. Yeah, this is a tough one. Okay, so I'm trying to find. Well, let's do this. Let's format this thing a little nicer. Maybe we can get some meaning out of it. Let's go into here. Get into the, yeah, we got regex, right? Is regex on? Yeah. Okay. Now let's see. Maybe WS Connect. Let's see. All right. So this is. Oh God. Okay. I wonder. Yeah. Is this a thread safety issue? With the. Is this something happening with? All right. Let's go look at the line 94 here and see what's going on. Okay. Okay, I know what's going on, I think. I was worried about this. So, yeah, I do have, that's how it's telling me, that's its graceful way of telling me that I haven't initialized that channel. So, let's, I'll leave it up here for a minute. I'm not going to be that confident. But what needs to happen, I believe now, is when I create my new session, I also need to create a chan server. All right. Or not. Still problems. All right, guys. I'll be debugging this. This is my new mission. But hope you guys enjoyed the stream. There's a lot. As soon as I get this done, though, this is like seriously. Once I can do that, then I'll be able to do all kinds of cool stuff. Like we'll be able to have a window open here, a window open there, and communicate back and forth and everything. It'll be awesome. So hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I'm probably going to work on it a little bit more during the week, and then I will see you all next week. Same time. I'm going to try this time for a while, see if it works. So thank you for joining, and have a good week.